Good morning, everybody, and welcome back to Dusty Book Sniffers. How are we all going today? We're here for midweek sprints, just having a little bit of boogie in the background. I've been busy already, very, very busy this morning. I have been filming for my craft channel and all the things. Oh, lights in a terrible spot. Lights, right? They're always in the most worst spot. All right, so we are here for some reading sprints today. That lots of people are sprinting right now, so I'm sure that there are lots of people everywhere right now scattered across the interwebs. But we are here for some reading sprints. We're going to be here for about 6 hours, roughly, give or take. We usually try to finish up around 3 o'clock on a Wednesday. I know we used to go a lot longer on a Wednesday and all the things, but, you know, your girl got busy. So yeah, and I'm also back at work now. So around Christmas time and school holidays here in Australia, or in Queensland especially, I generally take time off because sometimes I've got to, I don't work as much because sometimes I have to go down and look after Mia, or Mia comes here, which is my granddaughter. And I used to do that when the kids were on school holidays as well. So when they were at school, because then at least we could go and do stuff. You know, like I wasn't tied down to work. And that was the whole reason that I came home, to work from home and all that sort of stuff. So, yeah, but I'm back at work. And, of course, I have not been very proactive over on the craft channel. So I am doing daily vlogs over there at the moment just to get myself back into the algorithm and all that sort of stuff over there, because it is part of my business. It is part of my income. So I need to be a little bit more proactive over there. So I've been doing daily vlogs, which has been good because I've actually been getting stuff finished in my and, you know, moving things on as well. It's been great. I've got blocks that I've been moving, so a lot of time I do like craft videos over on like tutorials and stuff. So I do block of the months and everything like that. Well, in 2023, I did 26 blocks basically, because I was doing the A to Z quilt block challenge. And I think they were coming out every 2 weeks. I was doing those. If memory serves me correctly, I was doing it every 2 weeks. Sometimes I missed a week or whatever, but just on every 2 weeks. So I had 26 blocks. Actually, I had 25 blocks because I didn't do a Z block because I couldn't find one. But I would pick those blocks, and there was 2 from each one. There was a small one, and then there was a big one of various different sizes. So they range from 12 to 15 inches, but then there was a uniform 9-inch one. Well, I had those, and I've been moving around. Well, Savannah used a heap of them at Christmas time to sort out for a quilt for her friend. And then I had all these other ones, and I kept moving around the studio. So I finally put them in to what's wrong, Beans? My cat's meowing at me. She's whinging. She wants to go outside, I think. Yeah, okay. I'll be right back. I'll just put her out because she'll get progressively louder and then start getting really cranky. That she's the cranky one. All right, I'm just going to put her out. Hang on a sec. I normally feed them outside, but I had her inside because her and Voodoo have been fighting lately. Like, I don't know. Don't know what's going on. But over their food, they never normally do. They always go to their separate bowls. And for some reason, Beans is being just an absolute cow. So, yeah. So basically I had her inside and I forgot that she was still in here eating. So that's what she's just whinging at me. I just seen your comment pop up. So yeah, so I've been really productive in the studio, getting stuff done, and I just finished filming just before I come on screen, what I've got planned for the next week to try and get done. And I use the word try because sometimes life gets in the way. Like Sunday, I had plans to craft all day and get a lot of stuff finished and whatnot, but it didn't go to plan because I had to help Brendan and I was doing sprints and all this sort of stuff happened. So life happens, and yeah. But yesterday I was rummaging through some stuff and it's like Christmas Day because you start doing all these things and you're doing them for a video. And then, of course, I stopped filming because of, all the things that were happening. And basically it's like Christmas Day. Oh, I forgot I had this. So, yeah, it's like Christmas Day all over again. So I'm just going to try and get things done. So this week for Crafty Sprints, I think what I'm going to do is set the computer up in the studio and just potter around in the studio rather than sit down for the 4 hours and try and get stuff done. So there's going to be a bit of that. So I've got to set the computer up and in the right position. I don't know. I'll see how I go with that. That's still up in the air for that one. It may be that I set the other computer, because the other computer's set up, and maybe set a camera up out there and have that going. And then just come in here for the chatty bits and all that sort of stuff. So at least then I can keep an eye on it as well. Or I may just get to tomorrow and go, you know what, I'm just going to sit down and crochet today. I'm really not loving that zigzag one. I'm really, really not enjoying it. So I haven't even put any stitches into that like I was going to. So I don't know what I'm going to do there. I'm actually contemplating pulling it out. I just don't think I'm right there at the moment with my crochet. So, yeah. Anyway, we're here for book stuff today. I've got a few things to do in the studio. I've got some direction that I've got to go. We're going to be doing 1.5 hour sprints, and we should have 3, maybe 4. We'll see how we go. Definitely 3. And, yeah, so today I finished Daughter of Fallen Gods. Finished that. And then I realized last night that I hadn't finished Lasher. So I have that keyed up to get that finished in the next week or so. But I'm actually reading a book that I've wanted to read for some time. And I was talking to Koda about this last night. I've been feeling a bit lost. And probably a few of you have noticed I haven't been reading as much or talking about books as much on my channel. There's 2 reasons for that. One reason is I'm gearing up for the Women's Prize for fiction. And I am reading some books in the background that may or may not be on the list, and I'm filming those because if they're on the list, then I've already done some of my vlogs for it. I'm just doing them like I normally do. It's no different than any other year and all that sort of stuff. But I put a lot of pressure on myself to try and read the 16 that I have on my list that I have either through NetGalley or on my Kindle or whatever the case may be. I wanted to read them in February, and I put undue pressure on myself. And so my way of dealing with undue pressure is I just don't do anything at all. It seems to be with books anyway. Other things I'm fine. I just keep going and all that sort of stuff. But with the reading, I'm just like, no, I don't want to. So yesterday or the day before, I made the decision that, you know what, I'm not going to try and read these 16 books that I have on the list prior to the Women's Prize for Fiction, because that'll be 16 in February. And then if none of those books are on the list, then there'll be another 16 in March. Because we only have 4 weeks this time. We've normally had 5 or 6 weeks, I think it is, to read the 16. And I'm the only crazy person that does it in the allotted time, as far as I know. A lot of other people do it prior, that, you know, they've read a whole heap of them and all that sort of stuff. That was sort of my plan, but I think, you know what, I just need to go back to my grassroots and what I do, what works for me, instead of trying to be something that I'm not. And I'm not a person that wants to I want to be surprised by the books. I want to enjoy the books and I want to enjoy that experience. So I made the decision the other day that I didn't care. I wasn't going to do it anymore. I'm just going to read whatever. So I finished Fallen. So I've gone from hardly finishing anything to finishing a book yesterday and started on another one. So it wasn't like I wasn't trying to copy what other people were doing. I just wanted to sort of get ahead of the game a little bit, because at the end of the day, it is a game. And I wanted to be ahead a little bit, but it was just putting too much pressure on myself. And then I'm like, and I'm also in the mindset of being, my motto for this year is to be gentle on me. And be gentle with myself and not put so much pressure on myself and not feel guilty for not doing the things that I should be doing. So, so I haven't been posting up anything like that, for like any of the books that I've read. So I'll probably, just wait until the list comes out, because a couple of the books I think will be on the Women's Prize for Fiction and I've already read them. So so I'm better off waiting and then just slotting them into a video. But as for the rest of them that are on the list, if I get to some of them before the end of the month, I get to some of them. But I do have my prediction video coming out at the end of the month. That will come out about a week before the Women's Prize for Fiction long list is announced. And then I'll probably then I'll get stuck into the books. I'll probably have a bit of a reaction to that video and have it'll only be a short one and talk about the surprising books that are on there and all that sort of stuff. And then I will just get stuck into reading them. And so basically then I will do 4 books a week. So, and then after that, I'm free and clear. So, because because of that pressure, I didn't get to my TBR last month. And I haven't really got to my TBR this month either. So I just want to get stuck into the books and get them done. When I, like with the ones that I've pulled out for, Buzzwordathon and the classics and all that sort of stuff. So I thought, you know what, I'm not putting pressure on myself anymore. That's it. Done. Finish. And since then, I've been feeling my mojo for reading again. So last night I finished Children of the Fallen Gods, I think it's called. So I had to think there. Carissa Broadbent, and I'm currently reading, or actually listening to, and I did a little bit of diamond painting last night, which was absolutely great. You'll see that in today's vlog. I've actually done a fair bit. So I'm reading Elif Shafak, or Shafak. There Are Rivers in the Sky, and it is, I think it's got 3 timelines. Let me just have a look. I'm pretty sure. So we have we're in the ancient in Mesopotamia, and so we're back in, I don't know, way back in ancient Egyptian times, I guess, or even before that. So yeah, so, and then we are also in Victorian London, and we're also in 2014 in Turkey, and then we're also got 2018 London, and I think it spans centuries and continents, and cultures and intertwined. But I don't want to read the synopsis. Okay, I've gone into this book blind and I still don't want to read it. So the final part of the blurb says, a dazzling feat of a story from one of the greatest writers of our time, Elif Shafak's There Are Rivers in the Sky, is a rich, sweeping novel that spans centuries, continents, and cultures, intertwined by rivers, rains, and water drops. So if you don't know who Elif Shafak is, she has been on the Women's Prize for Fiction before, and she wrote The Island of Missing Trees. I'm laughing because Koda's putting stuff in the comments, because we've been talking about this morning. So she wrote The Island of Missing Trees, and that is from the perspective of a tree. This, from what I've read, about 5 chapters. I think I'm about an hour into the audio book because I have it on audio. I think this is from the perspective of a raindrop. So yeah, but we've got like people in it and all that sort of stuff. And basically the last section that I read, so first of all, we're in Mesopotamia, and we have a brutal king that is ruling the lands by controlling the water and all that sort of stuff. So I think the theme with this, just having a guess at the moment with what I've read, and then we jump to Victor. So that's in ancient times, and then then we jump to the Victorian era. So Queen Victoria's just had her first baby. On the same day, another child is born, but by the River Thames, and the River Thames has been destroyed by industry, humans, and all that sort of stuff. But this child is born. And so in the ancient times, there's a raindrop that lands on the king, and the raindrop witnesses what he does, which is quite brutal. And then in the Victorian times, a snowflake falls, because it's winter, falls from the sky as the babe is suckling at its mother's breast, and the raindrop goes into its mouth. And even as when he's older, he equates the taste of snow to mother's milk. And then we jump to Turkey, which I think was in 2014. A young girl is by a river, and the sheikh is doing a blessing, so like a baptism of such. And there in the background, there is a guy on a bulldozer. They're creating this dam, which is only going to last for 50 years. So I'm getting these themes of like environmental things that humans do, and I think it's going to be from the perspective of the water. Chris will probably know, because I think Chris has actually read it. So I'm just speculating at the moment, because I have not read the synopses, and I have only just started reading it. I'm about an hour in, maybe 45 minutes in, because I finished the other book last night, and then that ended, and I'm like, oh, I have to wait till Sunday to start the next one in the series. So yeah. I'm like, damn. So I went with that. So I jumped from romantasy to historical fiction from a perspective of something. I don't know. But that also sparked a conversation with Koda this morning. I pretty much done an info dump on books on Koda this morning, and made his TBR grow. So yeah. You should read this. You should read this. Oh, while we're at it, you should put this on your list. And if you haven't read this, you need to read this. That's how the conversation went. So yeah, let's have a look and see who's joining us today. We have Jessica Kiwi here. Hello. Today is a nothing day after my marathon knitting session yesterday. Finished Iron Flame and keeping an eye out for my neighbour's cat who's done a runner. Oh, poor kitty. I hope he's okay too. It's so nerve-wracking when your cat goes missing. Like when Neroli lost my cat, I could have killed her. Not the cat, the human. Never hurt my cat. So I'm just like, oh, you had one job, look after the cat. That's all you had to do. And don't burn the house down. She didn't burn the house down. She didn't look after the cat. So yeah, but she came back after 36 hours. I was so devastated. Because out of all the cats, Voodoo is probably my favourite. She's got the nicest personality. Paul has also joined us as well. Hello, Paul. How are you? Nope, I thought that was my husband then. Good morning, Ria. How are you? Went to the GP and back home now, going to finish my library books. Nice. How are you this morning? I hope you're well. Hope it was nothing of too concerning at the GP. And hello, Toya. How are you today? Thank you for being here. Mary's also here as well. Hello, Mary. Today has gotten away from me. As I was online and applying for jobs, and now I'm ready to relax and do some reading. Online, when you're online, it gets away from you real quick, hey? Like you look down, it's like 9 o'clock, and when you look back again, it's like 3:30. It's like, where'd all that time go? So hopefully you can get some reading in tonight, which will be good. You're up to date with the crafty vlogs. Just need to finish today's one. Awesome. Today's one's pretty short on that, because I pretty much took half a day yesterday. Hello, Koda. How are you? Nicole just reminded me with that sudden kitty communication last night's Voxer. Indy, what are you doing in there? Did you catch something? Oh, there's nothing there. What are you doing then, Nicole? I don't know what she's doing. Yeah, please. I'm reading Empire of the Damned. This is true. We can very much just try. I thought you finished that, Paul. Weren't you reading that? Did you put it down and you're coming back to something else? Oh, that's who it is. It's my lawnmower guy. I thought I heard something in my driveway. I'll have to close the window in a minute. We can only try. That's right. That's exactly right. Brennan's also here reading Lonesome Dove today. Almost done with chapter 23. Excellent. It came up. Almost done. Oh, okay. You deleted one and then added. It's supposed to be 83. Awesome. Christina is also here. Good morning. How are you? Don't forget to do all the things and share what you're eating and all that sort of stuff. And and then that way we'll know what you're up to, what you're eating, and but then you'll remember to take the washing out of the washing machine or dryer, not have to wash it 3 or 4 times. I know, Lasha. I keep forgetting about it. I don't know why. I was right into it, and then I'm going to finish it. I've got a long drive on the weekend, and I don't know if Savannah's got Bluetooth in her car, so I'm going to charge up my little earbuds, and because you get in trouble if you've got your headphones on. And try and get that finished on the way down and back. Because it's about 6 hours driving, so. I should be able to. I don't even know what I've got left on it, to be honest. Let me search Lasha. I'll bring it to the top so it's easier to find later. I'm up to chapter 22 and I've got 4 hours and 53 minutes. So I should be able to get most of that read on the weekend and finish that. That's a book from last year that I never finished. Oh, my goodness. So, yeah. Have you finished it? I know that Koda didn't start it. Christina's saying hello to everybody, including lurkers and anyone that she missed. And everybody's saying hello. You be. Yeah, I wasn't trying to beat anybody else. I was just trying to get ahead of the game. That just to make it a little bit easier on myself, but in actual fact it made it harder on myself. So when that happens, you just go back to your grassroots, right? And it's the same as like I haven't done Friday Classics for ages. I haven't done Read Around the World for ages. So I'm just getting back into the swing of work. I've read one classic already, so I'm going to talk about that and why I like it so much and all the things. I'm just writing up my notes for that, so I'll film that and that'll come out soon. And the Read Around the World challenge, I'm still putting books together, but what I was doing was reading them alphabetically. But I'm not doing that anymore. I'm just going to read what I've got on my shelf already. So I've got to get my shelf organized. And of course, Savannah put everything in alphabetical order. So I did have all of my Read Around the World stuff together and I forgot to tell her to leave it together. So now I've got to go through all my books and get them all back out again. So there's been a couple that I could have used for Japan, but I've got one on my shelf that, it's called 17, I think it is. I was going to read it at the end of last year and I didn't get to it. So I'm going to pull that off. And I've got a couple of others. I'm just looking. There was a short story collection about the Silk Road, and I think that is one for Turkey. I've got Azerbaijan on there. I can just see my shelf, so I'm just looking. I've got the one for Azerbaijan, which is one that I'm at because I started reading one for Azerbaijan, which is The Orphan Sky, and it was supposed to be like the same or very similar vibes. And I'm using inverted commas because that was very loosely termed. Basically, like The Kite Runner. The Kite Runner is such a superior book. I don't think anything should be compared to that book because it's such a superior story. While it is similar in vibe, I will give it that. Like, we are in Azerbaijan. We are at the turn of the communists. And for those that don't know where Azerbaijan is, it borders on Turkey and was part of, I think Russia was trying to take it under its umbrella, but there was the Communist Party and all that sort of stuff, and it was about a young pianist, and and how she was navigating that. But it was bloody boring, and I struggled to get. I didn't even finish it. I struggled to fit. I think I've got like 20 pages to read of it, so it's still sitting there. I will finish it. Like I haven't DNF'd it. I've just put it back on the shelf because I sort of want to know how it finishes at the same time, but it's not very exciting. So, and you can't get it on. I couldn't get it on audiobook or anything like that. So, yeah. Hello from my creative corner of creation. Hello, Ambi. How are you? Thank you for being here. Hello to Christina from everybody. Shafak. It just sounds like Shafak. So yeah. Anyway. Hello, Glenda. How are you? And Glenda saying hello to everybody else. Good morning to Glenda. I have Island of Missing Trees on my TBR. I think you'll like it. It's really good. Like, it was the first book that I read by this author, and I absolutely loved it. I couldn't put it down. And I first heard about that particular author from Simon Savage, and when he named his plant a leaf. So yeah, that video made me subscribe to his channel because I'm like, I like this guy, he's cool. But I get a lot of recommendations from Simon Savage and Jen Campbell and a few other people as well. So yeah. And I'm always pushed out of my, like, I don't get me wrong, I love reading fantasy books. I love reading, romance books. I love reading all books is what I'm saying. But every now and again, I like to read something that's just so completely different, and I just have a great time with it. So yeah, I just couldn't imagine reading one sort of book, like, only reading romantasy, only reading fantasy. Well, I sort of do read a lot of fantasy, but do you know what I mean? Like only reading contemporary romances, or only reading sci-fi, or only reading horror. I feel like I would get bored very quickly. And there's nothing wrong with that. I'm just saying, for me personally, I think I would get bored with it very quickly. Hello to Glenda. Hello to Jean from Christina. Ordered a pizza and still yucky, not as sick as before. Oh, that's terrible that you're still feeling yuck. Ordering pizza is a good choice. When you're feeling sick, bring on the pizza. I reckon comfort food is the best. All the hellos. If anybody is interested in the last 5 minutes of my sprint yesterday, was the very end of the blanket, and now I move the camera around a bit to give everybody a better perspective. Awesome. Just snacked on salami. Snack on some. Oh, now I'm going to snack on some Lays, which are chips, right? Yeah, finished it in October. I used it for Scarathon. That's right. I knew that you would come close, so we've still got the third one to read. So yeah. Hey, Chris, how you going? Hello to Chris. Jamie's also here. Just got back from today's bookstore shift. Only brought home a couple of books this time. Nice. Hello to Christine. I'm sorry, I was just reading the comment underneath. I've got to stop doing that. Hello, Christina, Glenda, and Jamie. I'll be interesting to read Tautos because it'll be interesting to read Tautos because, in my opinion, Lasher ended things nicely. So I don't know how the third book will actually be useful. There you go. I'll be reading 2 books. Can you just hold on for a sec? Because I think there's a knock at the door. No one there, just hearing things. Must have been because the sun came out and my roof was clicking, but it sounded like knocks. Glenda says, I'll be reading 2 books. People of Means by Nancy Johnson, historical fiction, and The World Around Us by Lauren Lacey, a romance. Nice. I've not read since Beautiful Creatures. I need to catch up, but me brain is still a wee bit foxy. So maybe later. Just vibing. Yeah, that's fair. Christina, I hope you're feeling better soon. I agree, because it's been almost a week, hasn't it? You've been a bit, how you going? I have not read Kite Runner yet, but I really like And the Mountains Echoed, set in Afghanistan. Yes, it is also by the same author. There is also Thousand Splendid Suns. So Kite Runner is from a male perspective, set around the 1979 invasion, and a little bit earlier, I think. And A Thousand Splendid Suns is also set around the same time as well, but female perspective, all set in Afghanistan. So yeah, it's quite interesting. There's lots of little tidbits in there about how much, and Mesopotamia is also this area as well. So and that's what I'm reading, because when I'm like, oh, I heard the name and I'm just carrying on as normal, like it's normal everyday thing. And I was talking to Koda this morning, and Koda being the researcher that he is, I'm like, I don't know, it's Mesopotamia. I'm like, I think it's around the Egypt, somewhere around there, but it's a section between 2 rivers. So yeah, so it's quite a fertile part of that area, and it's now the modern day Iraq. So yeah, so just a historical geography, because like Persia doesn't exist anymore, and all that sort of stuff. Everything's from the ancient world has been renamed. I think Egypt's probably the only place that hasn't been renamed, but I'm sure there's areas of Egypt that have been renamed and whatnot. So yeah, it's quite interesting when you go down that rabbit hole. But as I was saying, with the Kite Runner and Thousand Splendid Suns, I haven't read And the Mountains Echoed. I do have that on my Kindle though. It's quite interesting because there's little tidbits of culture that they throw into these books, and even parts of their land that are now destroyed because of war and all that sort of stuff. So it's very interesting to, and people that go in and purposely destroy things from their religious culture and all that sort of stuff. It's wild. Like when you're reading these books, it's just all the things that you come across and all that sort of stuff. So yeah. Hi, need to get dinner started. Meatloaf, homemade mashed potatoes, and sweet peas. And I'm thinking I want to finish down the block first. Nice. That sounds like a yummy dinner too. That just made my mouth water. It sounds so good. A bit, Glenda. The boys are, and they are heading off to D&D soon. So I have hope. Am I religious at all? No, I'm not religious at all. Can I ask why you're asking that? I don't consider myself religious at all. I mean, that's a loaded question, really, because spiritual, yes. Religious, no. So I find that to be quite a loaded question. And also it can be defensive for some people as well. I find myself, I feel like I'm more spiritual than religious. I don't follow one doctrine at all. I guess I take from many different doctrine, like, to become spiritual. Like, yeah, that's the best I can answer that, because that is a long conversation. I grew up in a household that was Catholic, predominantly Catholic, and also Church of England on my English side. My father's family were Catholic, and we had a lot more to do with the Catholic side of things. But my mother was someone that believed that children should not be christened. They should make that decision as adults, long after they've learnt about different cultures and religions and all that sort of stuff. She was quite progressive for her time growing up here in Australia at a very Christian era, and we're still considered a Christian country. But we now have many, many, many cultures and many, many, many religions here in our country, but we're still considered Christian. But my mother was a firm believer that you should experience or at least learn as many different faiths as possible before you make your decision on what you want to follow or not. So I had a lot of experiences when I was younger that allowed me to go and live with families of certain faiths and actually follow their faiths for the time that I was there, generally done over the Christmas holidays. I lived with a Jehovah Witness family for 5 weeks. I've also been, the only one I haven't been around, I've been around some Mormons. I have not lived with them, but, talked to them about their faith and all that sort of stuff. And then I just read a lot about different faiths and whatnot, but I would consider myself more spiritual. I am not baptized under any religion. I actually think that formalized religion causes more problems than not. Take that for what you will. And I'm sure there's going to be people coming at me, but I'm not saying that you're wrong. Don't take that the wrong way. I'm not saying that you're wrong. I just think that a lot of times religion can cause a lot of problems. And if everybody just took a step back for a moment, things would be a lot better. And that's about as political as I'm going to get today. Pizza, right? Hi, Chris, Jamie, and Lexi. I don't understand only reading romance sci-fi only. It will drive me batty. I need a variety. I know I have a rep for trauma, but I read more than trauma. Well, no, we just love to hassle you about it. I read just as much trauma as you, Chris. Like, we read a lot of the same books, so I read just as much as you. So people should be throwing that tagline at me as well at times. Hello and welcome to Ambi. Love salami, best snack ever. My next book, bonus book spin gave me one-word title. I am reading Georgiana by Amanda Foreman, a biography about an interesting duchess. Nice. Swanky's also here. Hello. I want some chips. Dentist says no crunchy foods until I get a permanent crown, though. Oh, boo to the dentist. I agree. If anybody's interested in joining the Dusty Book Sniffers Discord, that is the link there. That is where you will find all of the Seriously Serious Book Club information and lots of other things as well. There is also the Read Around the World challenge list there that you can print off and check off the countries as you read them. And there's a whole heap of other stuff as well. All the things are happening there. Trauma also shows up in a variety of genres. So Chris reading a wide variety can still be trauma heavy. So true. Remember to hydrate. But Christina, hear me out. You could order pizza and hot fries. True. Show some love to the like button and remember to subscribe while you're here. And that way you can join in the chat as well. I'm glad there are people who read, but I wish everyone expanded their horizons a bit more. I'm trying to do that this year. No matter how much I try romantasy, it's just not for me. It drives me nuts. Yeah, I like romantasy, but I'm not a big fan of like heavy political fantasies, but I don't mind romantasy with a subplot of political in it. That's sort of where I need it to. That's where I fall. It wouldn't be my go-to genre, but I don't mind reading it every now and again. The one I'm reading right now is Carissa Broadbent, and it's The Daughter of No Worlds, and it's quite interesting on that. So the second book, I'm like, I wanted to go on to the third. So yeah, but each to their own. Each to their own. I still plan to read the rest of Mayfair Witches, but I need to make time for Jean first. We have Feast of All Saints to read and a couple more, I think, or at least there's more I need to read. And she sent me sent me a list last year. Is that right? What you're trying to say? So yeah, I have Feast of All Saints here ready to go. We're just waiting on you. Where as soon as you say yeah, we're reading it, I think Jean and I will be jumping on that. So we're patiently waiting. And while we're waiting, we're crocheting all the things. So yeah. But I think we picked up something from the dentist's office, which was last Tuesday. I love all of Khalid's books. Kite Runner was my first read after not reading for over a year. How about 20 years ago? About 20 years ago from when your mum died? Is that right? So what you're saying there? That's a bit... I'm all over the place on that one. The Kite Runner is strong stuff. Yeah. And so is 1,000 Splendid Suns, just so you know. I held the same sentiment as Nicole. I was raised Catholic, so we do a lot around that in my family, but I'm more along the lines with the topic. Yeah. And it's amazing. I've met a lot of people. Like my mum pushed so hard against both families when it came to religion. Like she copped so much flack because none of us kids were Christians. So as we've got older, and because we live in a heavily multicultural country, we've been exposed to a lot of different faiths, cultures, and whatnot, right? So my sister is Catholic. I am considered spiritual. I have no baptism done, so yeah, take that for whatever you will. And my brother was baptized Catholic, but ended up converting to Muslim. So, and then my mum's Church of England and my dad's Catholic. So it just in the household alone that we have a lot of different cultures. My kids are not christened at all. That is up to them what they want to do. My husband is christened. I don't know what, I think he's just, I don't even know. I didn't even ask. It's because it's none of my business. But we both agreed that because he's very much the same as well. He says his religion is cars. So, but yeah, the girls aren't. Although my two youngest girls have gone to Catholic schools, and because it was the better school here for Savannah, so they both went to that. But then they went to the state school once they got through primary school, and I think that set the foundation for them for learning and stuff like that. And but that again, we often talk about many different things. Like I don't even really tell people that I practice Wicca or anything like that, or pagan or whatever you want to call it. I don't even tell people that. I just say I'm spiritual because I take bits and pieces from different faiths and stuff. So yeah, I feel the same as Nicole for the same reasons, but put bluntly, when it comes to religion, from the that word, it's not going to come out, approach, either everyone must be wrong or everybody must be right, or aliens are God. There's reason there's a reason there are so many different ideals and from so many different religious groups, and I choose to not pick a winner, but I do keep an eye on the sky. Well, yeah, there's that. There's that too, like, right. Interesting. Very well put. I did a post on the audio breakdown for Beautiful Chaos. Thank you, Lexi. I appreciate that. Thank you. I did a bad thing while we're doing confessions. Confessions of a booktuber. I did a bad thing. I listened to tomorrow's pages yesterday. No, Monday. Oh no, because I hadn't started, and then I started the book and I was stitching away, and then before I knew it, I was on page 267. So yeah, I've read. I'm ahead. Instead of being behind, now I'm ahead. So yeah, but thank you so much for that, Lexi. I don't even think I've done the did I do the third book yet? I don't even think I did that. So I'll have to go in and do that today. I've just got behind on the book stuff this week. So, yeah. Nightbox is doing their job, I know, right? Nicole and I still need therapy from last year's Women's Prize for Fiction. The psychological scars we will have that long list, I know, right? I don't think I've ever been so traumatized. Like that was yep, we're just waiting on you, Koda. Patiently right after we're just waiting for you. And then Jean no pressure. No pressure at all, right? I looked at my shelf. I only own Kite Runner so far because we were talking about this morning as well. I haven't felt pressure from other people since 25. I'm my biggest pressure cooker. Yeah, that's it. We're our own worst enemy at times. Because reading with my mum, so much of my mum and my relationship went into reading slump for a year and a half. Oh, okay, right. Now I understand. So in 2020, your mum passed away and then you didn't read for a year and a half. And that's understandable. That's understandable. After she died, I didn't read a damn book. That's fair enough. That is fair enough. That happens. I emailed your tracking number because I passed out last time. No, I just posted in the main Beautiful Creatures one. Okay, cool. I will do that first up. I will set up that thread. I do apologize for that, and then I'll just transfer that over and pin it to the top for everybody. But if you're looking for the breakdown of the audio, Lexi has done a fabulous job by breaking it all down for us. So that is absolutely fabulous, and you can go and check that out. So let me just open up Discord so I know to do that, because I'll walk away and completely forget. We're going to bring up the timer as well. I started on time but had nothing open, so yeah. I started right on time as well, so that was quite interesting. Let me change this to midweek reading sprints. And what color shall we go for today? Let me just have a look. I think we might go for an underwater reef today. Might help us keep a bit cooler. We also got to change the time. I will be ready in just a moment. Refreshing that. All right. How appropriate is this? We were talking about from a perspective of tree. Today's quote is, you're not a tree. If you don't like where you are, move. There you go. That's what today's quote is. All right, let me bring this up for you, and we're going to get stuck into our first 90-minute sprint. Sharing, adding to the stage. That's pretty. I like that. So yeah, and there's the quote for today. You're not a tree. Don't like where you are? Move. So anyway, on that note, we're going to start the sprint, and I will see you on the other side of 90. Happy reading, everybody. Hello, we're back. Sorry about that. I was just out the back with Nerali. So Nerali's come over for a visit. So yeah, I basically just got stuck into stuff in the studio. So I'm currently I am currently making some bags. So yeah, so sorry about that. I was just chit-chatting with Miss Nerali, who came for a visit, which was a nice surprise. I haven't seen her for a few weeks, even though we live in the same town. We haven't seen each other. She's been away and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, I set up a beautiful chaos, and also pinned the post into that thread for anybody that is reading Beautiful Chaos today. And whatnot. I also updated my story graph because I've been pretty slack because I haven't actually set a goal as such for my reading this year, except to read as much as I can off my shelf. So yeah, and I have kept up to date with my Goodreads, but I hadn't done the story graph. So, and I didn't want to have to do what I did at the end of last year because I did the same thing. So yeah, that's where I was at, and I didn't read any because I've been talking. So yeah. Huh? Are you going? Okay, hang on a sec. I'll just be right back. All right, I'm back. I am now all yours. She just left. She's got to get ready for work. So, yeah, as I was saying, I'm updating my story graph and all that sort of stuff. So I did a bit of that, and then Nerali turned up. So customer has been as well. So yeah, everything is falling into place. So the next sprint, I'm hoping that I'll get some reading. I do have to do a little bit more filming for the craft channel, but and I'm going to set up my headphones to the computer, and then I'll be able to listen to Audible from the computer from my Bluetooth headphones. So yeah, can't really record and listen to audiobooks at the same time off the same phone. It doesn't work. So yeah. All right, let's have a look and see who joined and how you all went. Hello to Aravna. Thanks for being here. So I obviously went through the short break as well, right? Oh no, it's on the short break now. That's so good. I was going to say, gee, I was more than 3 minutes. I just forgot that I have it all 90 minutes set up across because I couldn't get it to work the other day. How are you, Raven? Thanks for being here. Cassie is also here as well. I'm here. Hey, lurking around. It's all good. Hey, Cassia from Glenda and Christina. We also have Atia joining us as well, reading The Library Game by Gigi Pandon. Awesome. What's that about? Let me know in the comments. Hello to Atia. Sorry for my earlier comment. I also sorry for leaving right after my phone completely died. That's fine. That's okay. I did answer your question. I'm a born-again Christian and want everybody to know that you can be saved too. I'm missing the B there. I don't like organized religion. It's not religion to me. It's a relationship with God. That's fair. That's fair. That is fair enough. Finished Candy Cane Crime, a short novella and 63 pages into Gingerbread and Ghost. Sound like a fun time read. God, it's got hot here. Probably because I've been whipping through the house doing stuff. Very sweaty. Brennan also read 7 pages. Read 7 pages and read a chapter. Nice. Switch books. So I finished 18 pages in Flights by Olga Karazak, I think. Correct me if I'm wrong. Probably am. It's a given. And watch some of tonight's filibuster by the US Senate. Nice. It's the break. Is the break meant to be an hour and a half? No. I couldn't get the other day I was trying to get Flycus to work and it wouldn't work and it wouldn't change the time, so I just put 90, but it'd go to a short break, so I put 90 minutes across the board and then I got my 90 minutes that way, and then it started working. So, and I just haven't changed that. So short break is 15 minutes, thereabouts, 15-20 minutes. Got to 62% in my book. Going to keep listening to it and diamond painting and hopefully finish it tonight. Never mind. That sounds like a fun time. I did some diamond painting last night and absolutely loved doing it. I'm doing a little small one at the moment, and then I think I'm going to, because the room that I'm going to put the diamond painting desk in is all the floor is clean. I've got to clean out the cupboard, which I'm going to do tonight, and Savannah's here tomorrow, so I'll be able to move the stove out tomorrow, and so I'll be able to get that all sorted. And then get that table up, and then I can start a bigger one, because at the moment I'm just doing small diamond paintings. Hello to Atia. Finished a scarf. Nice. Yay for finishing. People above me sound like they're going to come through the floor. I'm so glad. I grew up when we had a couple of houses, but mostly we lived in units, and I honestly can say I do not miss living underneath someone at all. On that, and having to be like extra quiet and all that sort of stuff, because you've got to be mindful of your neighbours and all that sort of thing. But yeah, anyway, Christina's just reminding us to hydrate, have a snack, check the laundry, take your meds, stretch, show some love to the like button and a sub, and ring that bell so hopefully you get notified. Thank you, Christina. Appreciate that. I'm doing a huge one right now, 90 centimetres by 40 centimetres. I'm doing a 30 by 30 right now. But I have some big ones like that as well. I've got 9 Diamond Art Club ones that I want to do. I've got 2 Heaven and Earth, which are about that size, maybe a bit bigger. And then I got 2 given to me from my friend Gail when I went down to Sydney in October, and I'm pretty sure they're pretty big too. One of them is a Christmas, and this year Gail from Wombat Hollow Crafts and myself, and I'm sure there's other people doing it, Leanne and like our group of friends are doing Christmas 365 in 25. So I'm working on all of my Christmas cross stitch, and I'm thinking that I need to get a diamond painting that's Christmas. I got a couple of small ones as well, but I'm also going to do other ones that won't be 100%. But my cross stitch will be all Christmas or winter themed stuff as well. So I'm going to post my scarves on Instagram. Awesome. I still have not added any of my social media apps back to getting notifications, so I will make sure that I look for that a bit later on today. I will eventually put them back. I'm just having a bit of a break from them, and I'm actually really enjoying it because I'm not being distracted by them. Because I don't know, I get on Instagram these days and hours just go by, and then I'm kicking myself because I had so much to do, and then I'm playing catch up for 2 days, and I had to take them off. We have Brandy here as well. Hello, how are you? Reading Black Leopard, Red Wolf. Nice. Are you enjoying it? About to start a pair of fingerless gloves for March. Hello to Brandy from Christina. We've got Stephanie here as well. I've got a toddler above me that recently discovered running, and she does it all hours. Oh, that's the worst. But you sort of can't like be mad at it at the same time as well, because they're a toddler. They don't know any different. And yeah, so yeah, that's a hard one. Like, how do you even broach it with the parents as well, saying, hey, because like they're just having fun, and it's so hard. Also, just remember to upload a book haul. I've got a video sitting there unlisted. I've shared with Patreon, and I forgot to upload it on Tuesday, so I'm going to do it tomorrow. There's a book review coming. So yeah, Got all about it. Did spin for another prompt in case I want another audio book. Reading just on book is making me twitchy. Just one book, I'm assuming. But the next prompt fits for Georgiana book as well. So I guess eyeball reading for me tonight. That's fair. To match. Okay, that's fine. Don't need to apologize. That makes much more sense now, though, because I was a little bit confused. For March? What's going on in March? Is there something happening that we've talked about that I'm supposed to know about? And I've completely forgot. I'm so sorry if that's the case. But obviously to match makes much more sense, doesn't it? I honestly don't worry about making me making a sound because I'm naturally not a loud person. And Ellie is pretty quiet. Yeah. Well, my neighbor, like I think that I'm quite loud because I'm in here laughing with Koda and my friends online and all that sort of stuff because I live so far away from everybody. So a lot of my online socialing and going out is done online. So I hang out with my friends that I do often meet up with when we go to quilting shows and stuff. We meet up every Friday night. And we're laughing and carrying on until late at night. Like, there's no loud music or anything. But my neighbour says to me, he goes, "Do you lead a quiet life?" And I just looked at him like, really? Because his lounge room is right there. Like, I can hear his TV sometimes if I'm in here by myself and nothing else is going on. Like, I'm just reading my book. I'll occasionally, he doesn't have it loud, but occasionally the window might be open and I can hear the sound coming out. Thinking I'm over here raucous, laughing and all sorts of stuff, and and when we get raucous online and have a few drinks and all that, it gets loud. But apparently I'm not loud. So there you go. Here I am worrying about it, thinking that they probably think I'm all batshit crazy because I'm over here talking to myself. They can't hear me, so it's good. So it's good. I can continue talking to myself now. Remember to subscribe. Thank you, Nightbot, for the reminder. Oh, my ear is so sore. I made the mistake the other day. I had my glasses on and I had my headphones on, and obviously my glasses have rubbed on the back of my ear and now it's really tender and it's itchy as well. So it's obviously healing, but anyway. That's why I've just decided that, like, I'm going to put the headphones on today, but I'm thinking I don't know whether I'm going to be able to handle it. I might have to have it sit off this year, or I'll just, figure out something else for filming. Maybe I should try these tomorrow, but the house is still quiet, and if I go to bed now, they will be right after I fall asleep, and then I'll be up all night. Yeah, that makes sense. I would probably stay up as well. I just laughed because she's too adorable. She looks like a little Cabbage Patch baby. Oh, you can't rouse on her for that. Running. Yeah. You just got to laugh, right? How adorable. And my eldest daughter was so tiny when she was little. Like, she was just a wisp of a thing. And when she started walking, she looked like she shouldn't have been walking and running and all the rest of it, because she was so tiny, like a little China doll she was. And yeah, she's not much taller than me. Like, well, I think I'm taller than her. So she's shorter than me. And she's still just a wisp of a thing. But she was so tiny, and she used to wear this like little lacy vintage sort of dress all the time. She loved it. Like, I'd have to almost pry it off her to get it into the wash, because every day that's what she wanted to wear. And so I took to, when she got in her pajamas, because she liked to wear silky pajamas, and so we had all these little Chinese style jammies that we bought for her and all the rest of it. And so she'd get into those, and then I had to wash it at night and dry it. And I think I've only ever owned a dryer once in my life, and that was when I lived with my friend Michelle. But as a rule, I don't have dryers. I just dry my stuff outside. So I'd stick the fan in front of the clothes horse so it'd be dry for her the next day. But she looked like this little porcelain doll running around. And a lot of my friends used to be like, she looks too little to be walking. She was like 2 and running around like nothing, no one's business and all the rest of it. But yeah, it's so cute. My neighbor, on the other hand, well, it would be great if they could not let their alarm go off for 5 minutes every day, multiple times a day. Savannah had that problem. She moved down to Brisbane, and when she moved there, she was going to be moving with her friend, and her friend decided to stay in Kingaroy and not go to university. Her friend subsequently has now met a man. They're engaged. They've got a baby, all the things. So she's moving on with their life. But the people she was living with had someone move in anyway, and it was a guy. And she freaked out because she's never lived with a guy. She's never lived with anyone but her family. And she sort of had a bit of, and she's not a very social person. So she had a bit of a panic attack. Luckily for that guy, he left in the end, because I swear she was going to kill him in his sleep, because he'd let the alarm go off every morning. And she was, you know, studying and all that sort of stuff, and up all hours of the night studying and super quiet and all the rest of it. And her number one complaint was, I'd get a text every other day, freaking alarm's going off again. I'm like, go and talk to his auntie and uncle and say that he needs to not have his alarm going off. But I realized why she could hear him so much is because the way he's got his bed set up, it's on her wall. So the alarm clock was on her wall rather than have it set up like how she has, because the back end of the unit goes like this, because it's a loft that they're in, and it goes like this. So she's got her bed butting up against it, so she's got that roof like that, and her clock is away from the wall that divides the rooms. He, however, has there's the roof like this, and then there's the flat wall. He's up against the flat wall, which is her room. And so the clock was right up against that. And I'm like, no wonder you could hear it after he left, and I stayed down there again. I'm like, no wonder you could hear it. Look how his bedroom's set up. She never looked, because she's not a sticky beak. She didn't go into his room or anything. And he never left the room open. So, yeah. People and alarm clocks. So I had one when I lived in a unit before I moved to Queensland back in the late 90s. And I could hear them getting jiggy with it at night. And I was just like, in the end, I stuck my head out the veranda. I'm like, can you change to another room? Like, I know you've got a 2-bedroom flat. Can you change to another room while you're doing that? Because I do not need to hear you getting busy. and then I'd hear their alarm every day as well. So, gotta love neighbours. I'm a quiet person too. I feel like even as the years have gone by, I've just gone more and more quiet. I've always liked the quiet. If I had it my way, I'd be living in the middle of the bush and just have the nature sounds. I rarely turn on my speaker on the TV. I like them. I prefer them on my laptop. Fair enough. And they might think I'm crazy talking to myself. That's maybe they might not come near you then. Just step it up a notch. Start having conversations with yourself in different voices. Hello, hi, Alora in the chat. Lexi says, my niece is super tiny. She's 2, but she's only 20 pounds. And to be honest, she doesn't have much going in the height department either. Yeah, all my kids were short kids. I'm 5'4", and Neryl's shorter than me. She's about 5'3", 5'2", 5'3". Savannah's just getting on mine, maybe a touch taller than me. I think I'm actually taller than her by about half an inch. And Dharma Jane's a little bit shorter than me. So yeah, she's probably 5'3.5" or something along those. Got to 80% and crochet 2 rows in my Munchkin cat. Nice. I'm only 5'3". Grandma was 5'2". My sister, her mum, is 5'2.5". That half an inch counts. And the other grandmother was 4'10". Oh my goodness. But we're not actually, like, if you're historically speaking, it's the tall people that are the freaks, because sorry to all the tall people out there. They're not freaks. I mean that in the nicest possible way. But if you historically speaking, humans are only been around that's our size. Women anyway, not men, women I'm talking about. So we're actually average sized. That it's actually the taller people that are, and the really short people like 4'10" that are not so average. So yeah, I guarantee he must have his bed, or at least the alarm, against the wall of our apartment, because I was on the other side of my apartment last night and I could hear it very loudly. Yeah, getting jiggy with it. Insert Will Smith song here. Yep. Well, I was going to say shagging, but then you'd have to put in Austin Powers. Dear me. Alicia's also here, just joining, got the kids to bed, moved to the bedroom, and will attempt to read. Nice. I like to say I'm fun size. Yeah, all good things come. My daughter got really hung up about being so small, and I just looked at her one day and I'm like, all good things come in small packages. And she just looked at me, and as she got older and I'd got a ring or something like that, I'm like, see, all good things come in small packages. So they like that they're small now, because it's easier to buy shoes, it's easier to buy clothes and all that sort of stuff. So yeah. No, actually, I read a study a few years ago that every inch over 5 feet, you're shortening your lifespan by 3 years. Well, there you go. That's interesting, because they do say that tall people die a lot younger, because the heart's got to work harder and all that sort of stuff, right? Is that the reasoning behind it, Lexi? You're in medical, right? If I remember correctly. Both sides of my family are the same height except for one of our cousins. Do you make me horny, baby? Oh, every time someone says that, I'm just like cringe. When I said, because I actually seen that with a group of friends at the movies, and I'm just like, oh my god, that's a pickup line if I've ever heard one. And then Hub's family are about the same height too. Then my boys are giants. We think they snuck in some ENT juice or Miracle Grow. I had neighbours upstairs that she was a screamer. When they had a screamer. Okay, yep. Intimate. I hate the noisy ones. Oy. I had one neighbour that was like that. I knocked on the wall. I'm like, whatever you're doing to her, can you just like put a pillow over her head or something? I'm a bitch of a neighbour when I live in units. That's why it's a good thing that I live in. So, and often at 2 a.m. I wrote her a letter saying the single person downstairs would approach not being reminded of what she was missing out didn't help. Mary, that's so funny. Stephanie is 5'9". I'm considered short in my over 6 feet family. I'm 5'7", 5'8", so you're way taller than me. The first time I met Gail and my friend Michelle in real life, like I knew them online first before I knew them in real life, and I picked them up from the airport, and I just looked at them and went, "Oh my god, you're tall." And I think Gail said, "Well, you're shorter than I thought." So, because I guess I have a bit, like when they've known me on YouTube and stuff like that, and I've even mentioned on my craft channel that I'm only 5'4", and a lot of people go, "Oh wow, I thought you were a lot taller than that." And I think it's because I have a large personality, like a very, like, it comes across that I've got a large personality, so it makes me seem like I'm bigger than I am, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. Big dogs have shorter lifespans too. This is true. As someone tall with big feet, yes, I wish I was small. I hate shoe shopping. I love shoe shopping. Both Nerily and I are addicted to shoes. But you know what I love the most is when I go over to Asia, because I only have very small feet. Like my people look at my feet like, "You're baby feet." But they're average. They're size 7. They're not that small. My best mate Michelle, another Michelle, her feet, she's only a size 6, so she's even smaller than me. But it's great when you go over to Asia and their shoes are so cheap. You get like designer shoes for like next to nothing. And if you've got big feet, good luck. That's all I can say, because you won't find many shoes over there. But I come home with a suitcase full of shoes. I had shoes for like every occasion you could think of. I still got some of them. And I haven't been over to Asia since early 2000s. I think it's going to rain. That's probably why I got so hot before. That is the correlation for it for sure. You can really see that in patients with Marfan's. Is that how do you pronounce that? Marfan's? I'm not sure what that is. You'll have to explain what that is. It was such a cringe set of movies, but it was so funny, yeah. Because there are people out there that say that stuff. That's why it was funny. Oh my God. Not only does your heart have to work harder in general, but your aorta kind of stretches a bit too when that ruptures, unless you're in the ER. Very close one. Good chances you are not going to make it. Is that right? The first way I said it. Cool. Awesome. Look at me going pronouncing something first off. Yeah. It's never going to happen again, people. Just remember that, okay? Mark that moment down. 12th of February 2025. Nicole pronounced something right. ENTs are walking trees from Lord of the Rings. Yeah. Okay, cool. I haven't read it. I've watched it, but I don't remember anything. ENT juice is a water that they drink that made the hobbits grow an inch. There you go. I do not remember any of that, so there you go. To be fair, I haven't watched those movies since they came out, whenever that was, early 2000s, something like that. Show some like to the love to the like button, please. And the first way you said it. Then on the other side of things, I have tiny feet and have a hard time finding shoes that fit, but I can shop in the kids department for them. Yep. So there's that. Size 5 in women. That is small. Supplements taken and going to sort out what I have to read this month. I've read so much for Clue, but I haven't kept track. Size 4 in children's. Nice. People with muffins tend to be hereditary condition. Okay. But they're all very tall and it affects their connective tissue. Well, there you go. Interesting. Learned something new today. Well, I guess I got just a Kiwis package ready to pick up tomorrow. Also, had to call stupidstamps.com to tell them they suck because they're at least one issue every one of their apps. Oh, my God, really? That's terrible. Ants. Ants as in, okay, right. Ants. Fair enough. Also causes eye problems. A lot of them end up losing their natural lens, and then their eye allows to see turns into a cataract. Well, there you go. The mechanism that holds our lens in place rips in the patients with muffins, and so their lens falls into the inside of their eye and can rip their retina. Well, there you go. Size 5 women, size 4 children is the same. Sorry. That was fine. Which we have a patient every 3 to 4 months. I take a picture of the inside of their eye to check the position of the lens to make sure that it doesn't completely fall into his eye. Wow. Well, there you go. Interesting stuff. We've all learned something today. All right. Let me just go back to focus and bring up the timer again. Add to the stage. And we're going to go for a 30-minute sprint, a 90-minute sprint, 30 minutes. Because that would be just me getting up and walking away, coming back again, because I've got sidetracked on the way. All right, let me start the timer, and I'll see you all on the other side of 90 minutes. Happy reading, everyone. All right, so we are back. How did everybody go during that sprint? I got heaps done. I sewed a bag, sewed a border on a quilt, made a table runner, sewed a backing for a quilt, and I was just about to load it into the machine when Brendan rang. So I had a very, very productive sprint. However, I did not read anything because when I put the headphones on, it actually hurt my ears. Where my glasses hit up against it. So I don't know what I'm going to do. I think I'm just going to have to let that heal and just basically just listen to my book on my phone so I can have it near me and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, bloody sore though. It's actually like hot because it's that sore. But anyway, I had a very productive one. How did everybody else go? How did you all go? Let me know in the comments. Yeah, I got border on a quilt. I created and put a border on a table runner, which I think I'm actually going to add a little bit extra to that table runner. And these are all things that have been sitting around my studio for a while. So I'm trying to get them all finished and out of the way and whatnot. So I've got I've got 3 cross stitches to finish this week. So by next Wednesday. And I have some hand quilting to do on a table runner. And then I have a sashiko table runner, which is actually really borrowed, but it uses techniques from the sashiko. So yeah, I've got lots of stuff that I've got to get finished. And then I'm every time I move something, I find something else that's not finished. For, like that I was part the way through last year when I started to not really feel like crafting and all that sort of stuff. So, yeah, lots to finish. I'm slowly getting through it, though, which is a good thing. All right, let's have a look and see how you all went. Koda says, I nixed the pickup. I'll drop it at UPS tomorrow with a miles. No worries. Cool. Is it cheaper to just drop it down there than it is to pick it up? Oh, skirt's got a rip in it. I'm gonna have to get out the black thread and sew up a little seam on my really long skirts coming apart. So I need to stop that before it happens. The sprints are going for, what's the time now? It is we've got another sprint, another hour and a half sprint to go before we finish up for the day. I've been really scared to say in case backlash, but I think the timer is glitching. It doesn't align with the time on my clock. It's been about 2 hours. No, I don't think it has, because there was the chatty bit and all the rest of it, because we got off at 10 to 12 and I've come back at 20 past 1. That's an hour and a half. So I was late back last time because Nerali was here. I was late by about 5 minutes. So, yeah, I'm not too sure what's going on there for you, hun. Or maybe it just feels slow. I don't know. It's fine. Just means that you got more reading in, if anything. But, yeah, I was keeping an eye on the time because when I got up, I went, okay, cool. It's 10 to 12. I've got to be back here at 20 past 1, like quarter past 1. So as I'm filming and all the rest of it, because I'm constantly looking at my I can't have my timer running while I'm filming because it overheats the phone. So I've had my watch on all day, making sure that I keep an eye on the time. Because, yeah. But Nerali's Little Miss Habitat, like Brendan and I were just talking about it then, like she talks 100 miles an hour because she doesn't see us for extended periods of time. Like she works 38 hours a week. She works night shifts, so a lot of times she's sleeping through the day. She doesn't finish until after midnight most nights. And so occasionally she'll be getting up at, she gets up to take her friend, but she might be really tired and she'll go back to sleep. So she was going home. She came here and then she was going home to have a nap before she goes to work this afternoon. And but she talks a million miles an hour. Like you're hard to get pressed to get a word in. And even one of our friends went and seen Brendan yesterday at the workshop, and he said that he goes through the drive-through and she's like a million miles an hour. And I said, it's because she doesn't see anybody that she knows and feels comfortable with that she can be herself. So when she does see someone, she just info dumps everything on everybody. She's also ADHD, so there's that. But yeah, she came here, she info dumped and she goes, okay, I'm going for a nap now. And I probably won't see her for another 3 or 4 weeks. So yeah, because like she's been on holidays and all sorts of stuff since the last time I seen her. Finished the library game and started Losing Sight by Tati Richardson. Nice. Joined towards the end and got some work done. Nice. What are you reading today? Yay for finishing the library game, Atia from Glenda. Chantel also joined as well. Hey, Elle, very productive. It's been a pretty productive day all in all for me. I made a dinner and got ready for bed, and I'm reading The House in the Cerulean Sea. Oh, that's on my list to read this year. I'm so behind. I need to read all of TJ Klune. Oh, and the dishes. Excellent. Glad to hear everybody's being so productive today. That is awesome. Found a new pattern for the gloves that actually matches the scarf better. Nice. And only takes about 50 minutes to complete. So that'll take me 4 weeks, right? And the boys got home. Awesome. How was their D&D game? They have fun? Made my dinner and I did not get much reading done. You and me both. You and me both. Hi to Chantel from Christina. Millie has finished editing my short story manuscript. Nice. And we'll be reading Butter by Asako Yuzuki in the next sprint. Excellent. Sounds like you're being very productive too. It must be just that day today for it. Everybody's being super productive. Had lunch, Macca's, read a little bit, listening to a bit of a podcast, and I'm back into podcasts again. I have been looking at a few of the podcasts that I used to listen to. I opened up the app the other day. I'm like, I haven't listened to them for a while. I might have to key that up over the weekend, do a little bit of podcasting. Always up for that. Sat down to relax. Can't even remember the last time I sat down to relax as early in the day. Wow, look at you go. Just chillaxing. Awesome. I wish I could. I've got too much to do. I've got everything that I need to take with me on Saturday is done. So that is the main thing. Everything else is basically fine. I know when I'm doing those. So I've got to load the quilt in. I've done the backing for the quilt in the last sprint. So I'll load that in the beginning. That'll only take me 10 minutes. Load that in the next sprint and then get that all ready to go. But I won't be quilting that until either tomorrow morning before sprints or Friday morning. So, and then I'll do up the backings and everything. Probably do up the backings for the other 2 quilts tomorrow afternoon. So they're ready to go on Monday and Tuesday. And then I can contact them and say, hey, they're all done. This is how much it is. This is where you got to put the money. And then I can go to the post office and send them off, hopefully, on Wednesday or Thursday. So yeah, I actually might go down and just get a prepaid parcel tomorrow afternoon or send Savannah down to get a prepaid parcel, and then I can put them all in there because you can get big, large parcels and you just prepay it and then I just post them off. So I might actually get her to do that. That's a good idea. Thanks for whoever put that out into the universe for me to pick up. That just saved me a whole heap of time because there's always no parking down there. And so you drive around till you find parking, or you've got to park way up the street, around the corner, up the bend and all the rest of it, and then walk down. And it's far too hot for that here. So, yeah. Hi to Christina from Chantal, and hello to Chantal from Galenda. Hi, Kathy, Stephanie, Millie, Michelle, and Kristen, and anyone I've missed from Christina. You're always on top of that, Christina and Glenda. I love it. I absolutely love it. Michelle is waving. Hello. Only read a page and a half of Lonesome Dove, got bored, so switched to Dungeon and Drama and read 5 pages and finished watching a YouTube video. Awesome. That was productive. Even though you didn't read as much as you wanted to, it's still productive, which is great. I got to chapter 3 in People of Means. Excellent. Maybe it's just me, that time feeling fast, slow, getting a little bit confused at times. It's all good. It's all good. As long as you're getting reading in or you're getting done what you need to get done. It's only like $6 to have them pick up, but I think I might have been free with stamps. Oh, okay. .com for just Kiwi. But I did a miles with Pirate Ship, so I didn't feel like doing 2 pickup requests. That's fair. That's fair enough. Risking them sending to 2 different people because they didn't notice or something. Yeah, that's fair enough. You've got to be careful with that because things can get lost pretty quickly. Gee, the lighting is weird here today. Like it's 1 minute it's really sunny and then the next minute it's overcast. I think we're going to get rain. There was a circle around the moon last night when I went out and looked. So, yeah, usually within a couple of days of a circle being around a halo around the moon, it means that we'll get rain. But yay, I'm starting my Turkish drama show in the next sprint. Awesome. What's it called? Turkish drama. I'm intrigued. And since sitting, I've just played on my phone, worked on a Walmart order, and I'm now a little halfway through Jess's haul video, but been pausing a lot to add many to my many comments. Ate ramen with mixed vegetables. That's the one I think I'm going to have for lunch today. Just quick and easy. A Cud says, so much fun and hi. Awesome. I'm glad they had a good time at D&D. And Koda is saying at Michelle, I'm in love with I want to squeeze with the house in the Cerulean Sea, and I want to squeeze the fuck out of TJ Clune. Just give me a big old bear hug and tell him thank you. That's fair. That they're good books. Like I've heard nothing but good things, and you're raving about all of them. And every time you finish one, you're like, you need to read this. So I am planning on getting. I've got the House of the Cerulean Sea. I've got to roll it up though. I could always just read it. There's that. So yeah. And I want to get the one that you just read, Koda. And I read The Life of Puppets because you sent it to me, which is absolutely fantastic. I wouldn't mind reading that again. It was really good. Hi to Chantal from Koda. I'm going back and forth between 3 for Clue, The Heiress by Rachel Hawkins, Colour Television by Danzy Sienna, and a Christian nonfiction book called I Surrender All by Priscilla Shire. Nice. That's a good collection of books that you're reading. Finally have a date for my next dental surgery. Oh, no. That means I finally have a date for when I leave full-time van life on the road instead of being stationary. So when is it happening? Obviously soon. Got 50% of a role-playing done. Awesome. Oh, my God. For 1 second there, I thought you said you were going to get a pre- Good thing you repeated it 3 times. Oh, my goodness. So now I am reading all the RV living books and watching all the YouTube videos. I plan out my summer travels. Excellent. And also hello to Koda. And Christine is also reminding us to pause and hydrate, have a snack. Tell us what it is because we're nosy. Check the laundry, take your meds, stretch, show some love to the like button, and be sure to sub and ring that bell and do all the things. And, of course, don't forget to share as well and get some of your friends to come over and hang out as well. Yeah, Koda, I've heard good things. I only just got it. Good. Very good. Very good. I after reading The Life, was it The Life of Puppets? I can't even think. Where is it? Clune, where are you? You know what? I've really got to reorganize my library. I do not like how it is. Anyway, I read that with Koda at the end of last year, or in September, I think it was, and fell in love with his writing style and all that. And yes, just automatic buy. So I quickly got Cerulean Sea, and that's now on my TBR card. So I'm excited. Hubs and Son really like Dungeons & Dragons, Brennan. Surprisingly, today has been a calmer day for me. It feels kind of weird. Meds kicking in, maybe, and productive as well. Well, that's good. I'm glad everything's just cruising along for you. That's a good feeling. I got all the cats fed. A reading should be more successful now that all the 8 furry darlings are no longer starving absolutely to death. My cats were ridiculous yesterday. I fed them at 5 o'clock. I walked out at 5:30 and they were back at the door meowing again. I'm like, guys, I just fed you. Like, what the heck? So like, I don't know what else to feed you. I don't know what else to bulk you up. You've got dry food there. You've got dry food mixed with your wet food. I've even resorted to putting rice into your food as well to bulk you out a bit. And you're still hungry? I don't know what's wrong with you. And they don't have worms because they're wormed. They're just fiends for food. Remember to subscribe if you are lurking in the background. I'd love you to become a friend here. And also that means that you can comment in the comments as well. There is a 5-minute wait on that though. And that's just there to keep us safe. So welcome on in. April 2nd in Mexico and then leave June 1st to travel full time. Excellent. That is so exciting. Chantel, are you on Instagram? Because I don't know if I follow you on Instagram or not. Find Dusty Book Sniffers and shoot me a message, because if you're on Instagram and you're going to be sharing your travels and all that sort of stuff, I would love to see where you travel. I'm pretty keen to do a little bit of traveling myself, not right now because we're putting things in place, but we've got a van out the front that we're going to be doing up and putting a shower in and all that sort of stuff so we can travel around a bit. And yeah, so we come across that I think it was in October, November last year we got it, and it's just sitting out the front and we've got to do a bit of work to it. But I'd be really keen to see where you travel and everything. Obviously, I'm going to travel around Australia, but I'd like to see what you do and how you go about it and all that sort of stuff. So, yeah, make sure that we can connect somehow on Instagram or somewhere at least. Dinner tonight was homemade curry, chicken and mushrooms and carrots. Nice. I like a good homemade curry. That's great, Christina. I'm starting to like it too. Know that the fake dating has started. Nice. They are so dramatic when they're hungry. I know, right? And if they're outside, because I feed them outside, that they get up and I haven't let them back in. They get up at the door like this, like they're squished up against the door, and I'm just like, oh my god. I'm a child. I had grilled cheese and steak fries, comfort food. Hey, I love grilled cheese and fries. So that doesn't mean you're a child. It just means that you appreciate good food. Grilled cheese sounds good. I would need tomato soup, though, to go with grilled cheese. Fair enough. Never had tomato soup with grilled cheese. Yeah, they said it was a sweet romance and adorable, but then it was on theme for them with the whole D&D thing. Okay. Colour TV is due back at Libby in about 12 hours, and I'm at 4%. Oh, you better get reading, girl. Not on Instagram. I signed up for Discord last. Okay, cool. Well, you can share your pictures there. I can set up a travel section if you want, and then you can share all your pictures there. Not a problem. Or in the general chat as well. Just make sure you tag me so I get the notifications. No, so because there's a lot, I'm in a lot of Discords and sometimes I miss things. D&D was epic tonight. Fate tempted, death defeated, treasure accumulated. Totally awesome. Sounds like it was. I got swept away by dragons, thinking about chicken lettuce cups for dinner. Also, want to keep reading. I'm here for the grilled cheese and fries, right? It's so good. I love watching some of those tiny house videos and van life ones. There is one in England and reminds me of Anna Green Gables, or how she would live now. We also have a hello, Jessica Kiwi. I love it. I love it. And all the hellos, there are far too many to go through. And I said hi to Chantel, but I just remembered I forgot to say hi to Millie. Good ass food eating reader. What good ass food reading trophy reader? What is that emoji? I really like listening to that book, Clear Threat. It was delicious. I think I'm actually going to head to bed after the chat. That's fair. Must be late where you are. Koda. Good night, Michelle. Sleep well. Take care of yourself and see you later. All those went through backwards. Okay. I don't know what's going on. Anyway, interesting. All right. We have got to the end of the comments. So let us go back to our little timer here and add that to the stage. Had wheels to Let me just go back. It's all jumping. I'm ready for tomorrow's announcement. I come right at a very moment that Clue is having the chaos moment. Oh, okay. What announcements tomorrow? Oh, for Clue. Okay. She had grilled to. Yep. Okay. Hi to Melissa. How are you? Thank you for joining. The two comments were. Oh, okay. We're meant to read in the opposite order. Everybody's saying hello. The wheel is evil. Down with the wheel. The wheel's not here today. Charles is waving to Koda. Women's Prize non-fiction long list. Oh, that's right. Yeah. I'm all over the shop. All right, let us get this timer started, and I will see all of you on the other side of 90 minutes. Happy reading, everybody. right, we're back. How did everybody go during that sprint? I, again, did not get anything read. I did have lunch, made a couple of phone calls. I actually just finished lunch at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. So anyway, sculled some water, so I'm hydrated, which is good. But I finalized up the last little bit of my vlog. I've just got to do the outro now, and then that's done. So what else have I got to do? I think that's about all I've got to do today. Then I've got to edit that in the next hour and get that up. And then I can sit down for the rest of the evening and do some cross-stitch, diamond painting, or some crochet. And, of course, I can also read my book as well, because I won't have any phone calls to make because everybody be at work or at the gym or working on my car. So, yeah, that'll be good. I'll actually get some reading in. I get a lot of reading done at night because I don't go to bed until late. Like yesterday, I ended up finishing a book and starting a book. So, and I read for about 3 or 4 hours straight. So it doesn't matter that I didn't get to read today. I'll get there. All right, let's see how you all went. Sadia joined during that sprint and been saying hello. Dungeons and Dragons, Koda. Hey to Sadia. I see D&D where. Everybody's saying hello. Sent a message on Discord for those who like essential oils and their scents, has some recipes. Awesome. Which Discord did you send it to? In the general chat? In Patreon? No? Don't know where you've sent that. Can't see it anywhere there. Ria, but I will have a look. Also, Nicole, can I post it? Yeah, I did answer this a little bit later on. I wasn't in front of the computer, so and just Kiwi has a book haul up. So if anybody is looking to watch something, see what books Jess got, I am going to be watching that a bit later myself. Jess has also joined. Sent the link. Thanks. No worries. I'm having way too much fun eating chicken and ham lettuce cups. That's so good. Although I don't do chicken and ham together. I do chicken or ham. So, yeah. Oh, yeah. I got a book haul out in that sprint. Or the sprint before. That's so funny. 98 pages read by Melissa. Awesome. Got a couple of podcasts listened to and read The Neighbour on NetGalley. Excellent. Making progress on your NetGalley. Like to see it. Got to page 107 of 403 in flights. Go. Jamie, you're on fire tonight. Christian took a shower, did Bible reading, sliced up some apples and peanut butter, and read a couple more percent of a coloured television. Nice and productive. Last night I was feeling like something sweet, but I didn't want to have anything because it was late, but I didn't want to have anything super sweet. So I cut up an apple and then sprinkled it with cinnamon and a little bit of granulated sugar and had that. That was really nice. I really enjoyed it. Didn't cook it or anything, just had it raw, and it just had the hint of cinnamon and a little bit of sweetness because they were green apples and they're not known for their sweetness. They're more tart. So I might have that again for dessert tonight. Yeah, and now you have your first huge comment. Oh, I've had a couple of those comments. Just Kiwi, enjoy. They're a lot of fun. Take notes so you don't have to do like I do, go back and still don't take notes. I'm terrible for it. That was a fast sprint. It did go pretty quick. Were you busy at the time? So that probably helps as well. Waiting for my ride home in 1 degree temp. I don't know where you are. Is that Celsius or is that like Fahrenheit? Which, if that's Fahrenheit, that's cold. At least I have hot coffee to keep me warm. Open the ruins level on Dunsey Dreamlight Valley. Very underwhelming. Oh no. Well, it took me a few minutes longer than 50, but I did finish a pair of gloves. One is just slightly bigger than the other, so I'll have to redo to make it the other. Fair enough. In the main one. Okay, cool. I'll go and have a look. I'm going to read later too, but first a bit more booktube. It's my TV night. Doesn't put me to sleep. There you go. Dungeons and Dragons. Sorry. I did that a bit earlier. Read 2 chapters and in my book, but I think I am finished for the night. And good night, everybody. I'm finished for today too. So apart from editing a video, which I don't have a lot to edit today, so that's not too shabby. I know D&D, usually Dungeons and Dragons, but had confused me because he said he was getting over it. Yes, that would confuse you. Okay, cool. No worries. I'll go and have a look there, Ria. Christina saying hello to Jess and Sadia. No, it was that he was coasting on the fun he had. He is weird, I know. Oh, gosh. What's Nightbot has been on fire today. Actually coming in like it's supposed to, every, I don't know, couple of hours or something, because I do long sprints, so that's why I had it at a couple of hours rather than every 30 minutes or whatever. And show some love to Like. It still does a dump though. So yeah, thanks Koda. Fahrenheit. So yeah, that's cold. That's really cold. It hasn't come through on the notifications yet. It's there because he sent me a screenshot. Got to page 34 in People of Means. Thank you, Nicole, for hosting. See you and Koda on Thursday. You will, if I don't see you on Crafty Sprints tomorrow. I do have Crafty Sprints tomorrow for any of those crafty bookish people. That is on Divinely Design Studio. That is my other channel where I do all things craft. And we do 3 45-minute sprints. And, and we get some crafting done. We focus on some of our whips and all the rest of it. It's actually been very motivating for me, and I've been getting lots of stuff done. So it's been very exciting. I think I might say I don't know if I'm going to set the camera up a different way or not, or whether I'm just going to stay in here and maybe crochet this time. I don't know. We'll see how we go. I need 4 gloves anyway, so maybe I'll make one more bigger one and one more smaller one. Hey, might as well. Hey, it's because I'm in the chats. Okay, fair enough. Going to wait until the sun sets a bit and have a bath, but have enjoyed my reread of Iron Flame. A lot of people have been enjoying it the second time around. So, yeah, Donna in Chains and I figured it out. You did? Thanks for hosting. No worries, Christina. Glad that you're here. And you're feeling a bit better. Looking forward to Crafty Sprints. Me too. It's my day where I don't have to switch the camera on as soon as I wake up in the morning. I do an intro though, usually. But yeah, it's a good day just to chill and focus on something that I want to focus on. I mean, I do want to focus on all that came out wrong. I do want to do all the things that I'm doing in my studio, but it's good to just pick one thing and focus on that because I do multiple things during the day. That's what I was trying to say. That did not come out that way, though. Don't forget to do all the things that Christina is putting up here. Hydrate, snack, tell us what you're eating, check your laundry, do your meds, stretch, show some love, and subscribe. We love to make new friends here, so make sure you hit that subscribe button and little bell icon. You can tell I'm getting tired. That my words are starting to slow. It's like I've been drinking and I haven't had a drop yet. He's always up in the chat when one or both of us are in it. Yeah. Nightbot. What can I say? Oh yeah, for everyone who is on my sprints yesterday, don't forget to check out Nicole's Crafty Sprints tomorrow. Yeah, that's where it is, right there. And that's where you can join. And it's pretty productive too. So we chat for a little bit and then we get straight into doing our 45-minute. It's just our weekly crafty session that we have. It's like having a meetup, except we do it with sprints. And I don't have to talk for the 4 hours that I'm generally on, but I have to check with Seluna. Has anybody seen Seluna? She was online before, but I was just checking my phone. I didn't have time to message. Does anybody know if Seluna's got stuff scheduled up for tomorrow? Because she was scheduled up last Thursday, but then had to cancel because she got a doctor's appointment. We have snow here now, not much, but enough to stay home and read tomorrow. It should be on Crafty Sprints for tomorrow. Nice. Gross, Jamie. That's just gross. And we'll be back on Thursday, Friday for more reading, as you can see across the screen right now. We'll be back for another 6-hour session. We'll be doing a little bit of chatting, a little bit of reading. I'm ahead. So I can concentrate on what I need to do because it's still a work day for me. So I try to fit everything in. So hopefully I can finish off the book that I've started last night. And if anybody's looking for more sprints, this is the sprinting spreadsheet, aka the BookTube Bible. This has everybody that has got any sprints up that has been noticed by the people, the admin of that sheet, and have been added in alphabetical order as well. So be sure to go and check it all out and find some more people to hang out with. Have a good day or evening, everybody, from a Glenda. That was me last night. Sounded very out of it at the tail end. Nicole said it out loud. Snow. I'm sorry. That was wrong. This is us on Thursday, Friday. Sorry, I'm still a wee bit foxy. That's okay. That's fine. All right. Well, we have got to the end of the comments. I'm going to call it a day. And, of course, I will be back on Friday, Australian Eastern Standard Time at 9 a.m. And Koda will be on as well and with me. And we'll be reading Beautiful Chaos by Cami Garcia and Margaret Stoll. So if you would like to come and join the Seriously Serious Book Club and read some books, you don't have to read what we're reading, but we'd love you to come and hang out with us and spend some time reading. And, of course, we will see you all again next time. Thanks for being here, everyone. Bye for now.